everybody.
How you doing? Oh man, it has been a day. Went to a what's up, T? Went to a guild meeting and ended up making some Damascus, and there was 6 of us making
Yeah.
Damascus, and we started at like 9 something.
Mm-hmm.
I finished my blade at like 4:30. But got a chunk of Damascus. 60-layer ladder. 60-layer ladder pattern. So I will be doing some fun stuffs with that.
We're saying that 5 times. 60-layer ladder pattern.
Just turning the to answer your question, T, on Instagram, not very long. So I don't know much.
What did you ask you?
How long I've been looking up Arteria.
Ah.
I don't know much,
I guess
but
that
I
doesn't.
know I love you.
You'll end up putting like that all.
Yeah.
So that all that doesn't.
No, it doesn't matter at all. Because you got to remember, my 60 layers only starts right about there. This is the
Yeah, from the
single
other
layer
one.
from the other one. Yeah, I got 316, so I'll be able to make at least a knife or 2 out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll do San Mai with this thin stuff. And I'll draw it back out. And actually have no questions of dealing. Percy Sledge. Is that who sang that song?
Little man.
Yeah, I didn't either. Whiter shade of pale. What is going on? I don't know what that is. Stay up to date on. I don't care. Shut up and go away. Damn. Oh man. I have a lot of stuff to do on Monday. A lot of nice stuff.
Yeah.
Where is everybody, T?
He scared them all.
For shame, for sizzle.
People usually take a little bit to jump on here.
Hello.
Plus, other people are live too. So.
The Apex people from West Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Donut Boys ate them. Oh, well, said Stevie's getting ready to go live. I'm sure that's with Maddie. Ruby? What is he doing?
there. It's just a fucking cat. I kept on hearing something, and I was like, "What is that?" And I turned around and looked, and he's on top of the toilet paper in that basket, trying to like lay on top of it.
Central Afghanistan and northern Kazakhstan, as well as areas in present Mongolia, China, and Russia, and the Russian Far East and Chinese Tartary.
I feel like that should say territory, but
Tartary.
I'll get my life together here in a minute.
Probably not.
Maybe.
But we can talk about it.
Well, my lips were chapped, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna go put some stuff on my lips, and I did that, and then I sat back down. I was like, but my feet are cold, so I grabbed them. This is my life.
Also, T, the 1,000 years missing history, I'd say is BS. That's news to me. Give me that. Also today, while I was at the shop, I won in a raffle a moose antler.
Yeah, that's for sure. Whenever he said that, and I looked at it, I'm like, yep.
Well, I mean, it could be elk. Like you see where I got elk from. So I was gonna make some pretty cool inlays for some knives. Supposedly it's a bitch to cut.
I'm sure.
And then I got a big old chunk of carbon fiber, which this alone is worth the money that I spent on the raffle. The moose antler obviously is as well.
It almost looks like a dump tray.
Yeah. Supposedly it stinks to high heaven when you sand it.
I mean, it's bone.
Yeah, I think using that curve would look really good on a slip joint.
Mm-hmm.
Have it bowed out. Cheeto. Cheeto, Cheeto. I made him out of clay.
That's I was thinking the exact same thing. Get out of my head. I was getting ready to start singing it. Cheeto, 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 Cheeto. He says on delay.
Damn. I couldn't say stuff like this. I would get canceled.
What is happening
Little
right now?
P. She had her claw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really want to know how my alarm clock while we were sleeping last night.
I'm sure the cat had nothing to do with it.
Also, for people that are going to go back and rewatch this, depending on how long we are live tonight, Happy Veterans Day.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate you.
Our cats don't listen.
They'd be like, do it.
What did you bring me, Penelope? Thank you, I guess.
It came off your chair.
Oh, it was laying on the bed.
It came off your chair. Where was it at?
Back here somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that one. I got it. Here. Because it fell out. Chair got off. So it probably dropped off when she was trying to find the chair.
It probably landed over there. I thought she like had it in her mouth and like.
No, all of our cats are assholes. They'd be like, do it. Turn me into a violin.
Yeah.
Please.
But yeah. Well, you know, T was ready to talk about conspiracies. He's like, I'm here. I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's do this. Let's light this candle. I said that during the last time I was forging. When I walked over to the forge, I was like, let's light this candle.
Wait, what timeline?
Who knows?
I don't know. Whatever timeline you want it to be. Do that and then hit the arrow over. I was saying like go to the H and then hit the. You did the hard way. Is this the GIF or Jiffy timeline?
Yes. I'm going to show my age, but I don't remember it ever being Jiffy.
Choosy moms, choose GIF. That's what I remember.
I don't remember it ever being Jiffy, but it's not that much. Check the dope.
Yeah, he wasn't anywhere to be seen last night.
Spreading the word out. Felt like I had like metal or something weird.
You probably do.
Probably. Can you not? Just for one night. Coming internet blackout on the GIF timeline is gonna suck. They're gonna blame it on solar flares.
Like with new internet run by AI with propaganda and government. With new, I mean, that's what internet is now.
We're not that far away.
Mm-mm. Nope. We're like so close right now to it. It wouldn't be much of a difference.
Mm-mm.
Right now, it's just data miners. But with propaganda and government agenda and censorship. So just replace bots and data miners with AI.
I mean,
He said no, it's a difference. Trust me on that. I mean, we won't be able to tell what's real and what's fake anymore. Like anyway, at that point with AI,
yeah.
they're already doing some crazy stuff with AI. So, like, what's real, man? Nothing is real anymore. Oh, like who's that?
Yep. Jump in the simulation.
It's probably we're just in the Truman Show.
Probably.
That's what it is.
I would really believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Lou, would you calm your titties?
You've been outside like multiple times already. Go to the door. Go to the door.
Bless you. Oh, dude, you're good. I guess my package from you will be here Monday. Won't. But it did make some Damascus today, so that's cool. Excuse me. Yeah, P&W. Spent all day making this. So this is 60-layer ladder Damascus. And this thinner stuff is going to be turned into San Mai. P&W said hi.
Hey, P&W. I'm gonna let the doofy dogs out. So he spelled my name close.
Yeah.
The E and the I are flip flop in my name.
Just a few knives. Hey, thanks, man. It was a lot of work. A lot of work. But I learned some shit. Now I feel more confident making Damascus in the future.
All good PNW. Like, people misspell and mispronounce my name all the time, so I'm used to it. And T. What's funny about that is my dad used to say, "I'm an alien," because he came over here from a different country.
Oh, hi, Lauren's wife. Kind of want to get one of these for the ranch. Just for like small stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know where I would put it. Maybe probably put it on the little rack that I got.
Mrs. Lauren.
Also got some carbon fiber and a moose antler from the raffle while I was over at the guild meeting.
Mhm.
So should be able to make some cool stuff out of that.
Like I said, winning 2 out of the 3 things that you put your tickets in for is not bad at all.
It's like every time that I win, I always get more than what I paid for. Like, always make money off the deal. Like, I get like a bigger prize package than the $20 I paid in. So it's
Yeah.
like, well, I think last meeting I didn't win it. That was like the only time that it happened.
Yeah. Yeah, usually you come home with a couple things.
All sorts of fun stuff.
Mhm.
My buddy that runs the forge where we have our guild meetings, he does nothing anymore but make slip joints. And I talked to him.
Hey, Lauren.
I think it was a Blade last year. I was like, "Hey, man, I need you to teach me the ways of slip joints." And he's like, "Yeah, come on." So I got to carve out a time where we can actually do that. And I'll probably use the moose antler
Mhm.
as like an inlay for a slip joint, which I think would be pretty good.
Be very traditional.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ish. People usually do like antler.
I mean, that's the type of antler.
I don't know. Like this came up from one of those up north creatures, don't you know? Big old moose.
Moose antler.
Probably baby. Probably wasn't a big moose. What's up, Kevity?
Are you gonna make me a slip joint?
I mean, I can once I figure out how to do it. That's what I plan to do next Saturday. Is if I can get the stand that I need. We're gonna be doing some drawing, trying to figure out how I'm gonna do the slip joint and how many different ways I can do a slip joint. So, fun stuff.
That I settle for.
With green micarta scales. I would have to. I might still have some. If I don't, I would have to order some, which is not a big deal. I gotta order scales for Zach Day's knife.
Mm.
Also got to make his knife and figure out how the hell I'm going to do his axe.
Yep.
I'll probably hand it to him. It's,
That or a friction holder.
I want to do a friction holder. I've actually got a blank already forged out and ready to go to do a straight razor friction holder. But I haven't got it yet. It'll happen. Man, you're needy. You know, from the Yellow Sun timeline or the White. I mean, who looks up at the sun? That's how you go blind. from the red sun.
Hey, Dylan.
What is up, Dylan? How are you now?
Hi, Dylan. You spit hot fire.
Dylan gets what I want. Yeah, I know, man. You like your clip points, and that's okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's fine. I honestly don't care. Like, it's a cool little feature. It's a cool little aesthetic.
What? The point?
Mm-hmm. How was vacation, sir?
Take one more need from you. I think he's saying, okay, is one more thing that I need from you. Maybe.
Oh, I'm not complaining.
Oh, I need me a blue wrench. Okay, he was asking. Okay, one more need from you. I need me a blue wrench. The moderator thing.
Oh, okay. Done and done. Can you guys chill the fuck out?
You need to chill the fuck out.
Ciao. You got a wrench.
I love how it just puts a wrench next to their name, like they're fixing stuff. Like,
I mean, that's their job.
yeah. If people become too rowdy in the chat.
Good. I was fishing, all of a sudden heard sirens and then see cops everywhere and fire trucks and ambulances. Some lady was running and came across the body. Jeez.
I just guessed.
That's not my problem. I would have probably done the same thing.
Probably like, I'm on vacation. Nope.
That's a non I'm on vacation.
But that's crazy.
Dylan just gets slower.
He's just like
That's insane. So yes. Can I? No. So, like I stated yesterday, Saturdays we talk about crazy shit. This Saturday is going to be no different. Damn. So, if you guys have never heard about the Tartarian Empire, shit's kind of crazy. And T knows a little bit more about it than I do. Also, there was the Great Mud Flood. That is conspiracy. Not mud butt. Mud flood.
That's what I always think you're gonna say whenever you say that word.
The mud flood is also very interesting because our history has been fill me in. So the Tartarian Empire was an empire that was located in Central Asia and Siberia. Um, Nobody really talks about the Tartarian Empire, and some think that the Tartarian Empire actually never actually existed. Um, from what I know about the Tartarian Empire, um, it's kind of treated like Atlantis. Why? I don't know. It was a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. This ignores the well documented history of Asia, which Tartary refers to. In the present day, the Tartary region covers a region spanning from central Afghanistan to northern Kazakhstan, as well as areas in present Mongolia, China, and Russia, and the Russian Far East in Chinese Tartary.
He said the last Targaryens were killed in the 1950s, and Lauren said like the Targaryens from Game of Thrones.
Never seen Game.
Targaryen is said to have wireless tech
Yeah.
power and use airships.
Demolished buildings such as the Singer Building, the original New York Penn Station, were actually buildings of the vast empire based in Tartary. Tartary.
Tartary.
Tartary. Tartary.
Conspiracy theory, the idea that a mud flood wiped out much of the world by a depopulation and thus old buildings is common, supported by the fact that many buildings across the world have architectural elements like doors, windows, and archways submerged many feet below ground level.
Which is why big cities like New York, when they start like digging down, they find more city. Like buildings were built on top of buildings. Crazy.
The buildings that are old are said to be founded and not built by, say, robber barons who just took them over. There was a one world civilization. They want to deny it.
Yeah, another thing that I saw is that typical Tartarian architecture, like T said, they usually have these really giant, elaborate like fireplaces, and they weren't used as fireplaces. They were used as like a power source for the house,
Hmm.
and they had like copper and a bunch of crazy shit. Very interesting tech. Profit off of war and enslavement. Why would you do that?
Right.
But what made me think of Tartaria and the Great Mud Flood is that I randomly came across this video on TikTok where a guy was talking about how there was an Egyptian pyramid that was actually found in East Tennessee. And I was like, what? Because we're never taught any of that stuff. Like the Egyptians were only in Egypt. Then they died.
What's the thermal energy? The higher
Oceanic
up you
impact by a meteor. Yeah, dude, I don't know. That's nothing that I've really found out so far. Um, and it doesn't really say when it was either.
He said Egyptians were in Australia and Grand Canyon. The Phoenix event caused it. Again, T, you need a channel.
The Great Reset of 1834 and the Mud Flood. So I guess it happened in 1834.
Every 128 years. Last time was around 1902.
What, a mud flood? Or the Phoenix event? I don't know what the Phoenix event is.
Wood carving. Huh.
Oh, damn. Hey, Zach, I made Damascus today.
That's a billet right now.
60-layer ladder pattern. This thin stuff is going to turn into stand my. This is going to be a knife. I mean, they're both going to be a knife. But it's a pain in the dick. Artifacts. Probably the same place as Wit went. Are you happy with the result? I mean, sure. I don't know what the pattern is going to look like. Not yet. I got to dissolve all the surface scale.
Yeah.
Or forging scale. But I did learn a lot of shit. I do feel more comfortable with the power hammer. So things were learned. Objectives were achieved. We'll see what the pattern looks like. I was told that instead of sanding off forge scale and sanding because it's a pain in the dick, you can just let it soak in vinegar for like a day and it all falls off. I was like, where was this knowledge a while ago? I could have saved myself so much time. I've got my sand my that's in there with the cable Damascus in the middle has forge scale. I'm gonna soak that bitch in vinegar.
Yeah. I'm coming to message you. I need a black dad hat.
Maybe. I don't know if we have one in stock. If we do, I can make it. Wait for I want to see.
See what?
The pattern.
Oh. Is it ladder like LED?
Yes. Oh. There we go. So with ladder pattern, I should get something kind of like this or like this, um, which that has not a maker's mark, watermark, but should look similar to this. The guy that was forging with me at the end because we were the last two to go, will probably look similar to that. Instead of just doing uh, grinds down to get your ladder pattern, he actually did exits on both sides, and it's gonna look. So your wallet. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, T.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens. Whenever you forge something, like with the San Mai, I'm going to cut that in half. I'm going to forge weld in 8670 in between them, and then I'm going to forge it out. So like that's going to change the pattern. What I already have, I'll just have to clean it off and see what it looks like. I don't know. It should be sweet, and it's homemade Damascus. So to do my kumai, I'm gonna make some more Damascus because I was planning on doing that with the ladder pattern, and I don't have enough of it. That's super thin. If I would have taken the whole billet and made it super thin, maybe. But I gotta make some more Damascus. Oh darn! It is, dude. It is very interesting, and it just goes to prove like how much history has been actually kept from us, and like how much technology was lost to the general masses. a lot of shit out there that we just don't know, man. And like we've seen over the last 30 years, like conspiracy theories are turning out to be fact. So it's like, how much should you really keep it from us? You mother. Think of it this way: we're taxed to death and charged way too much when we could just do things for free. Okay, T.
We are told there is old west shit, nothing out west, etc.
Sure. Where were the skilled laborers? Yeah, the World's Fairs are really interesting too. And who built it? Be right back, need a refill. All right. No kidding. I didn't know that.
Okay.
Didn't know that people got degrees at the fairs. Excuse me. Pyramids are the most thought-inducing to me. It's so crazy to think about the weight that to be moved by just manpower. There had to be help of a higher technology. Yeah. Like I said, it blew me away because like we're never taught in schools that like there was pyramids here or a pyramid here. I would have found that really interesting. We're not that far from it. Now, how it was discovered is the same way that "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" was the story for "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" was created.
Mm-hmm.
TVA said, "Hey, we're going to flood another town and we're going to put up a dam. Let's make sure there's nothing here before we do it." And they started digging and found the damn pyramid. And on top of the burned down pyramid or the pyramid ruins, there was Cherokee, like a Cherokee temple or something like that. Blue, would you stop? No, sir. But that's just a small sliver of the things that like we're never taught. So, "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" They flooded uh, Johnsonville. Her dad worked in New Johnsonville,
Mm-hmm.
not that far.
Nope.
With no
Old,
roads,
old
small
Johnsonville is still
populations,
underneath in the lake.
no near by quarries. Where did the massive stone come from? To build cathedrals and shit. Yeah. Who knows? We'll probably never know for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I feel like an idiot because I've never put two and two together. Mm. I can hear again. Ish. Oh, thank Oh, Penelope. Why are you smelling my finger? Penelope. Penelope. Every old, big ass, and possibly beautiful building, same story. Fair enough. I'm not disagreeing with you. It makes sense. I love how they say conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Isn't though. Isn't really. You sure about that? What was that church, that famous church or museum that was in France that burned in 2020?
Mm-hmm.
No, it wasn't the Louvre. You think everything is the Louvre?
Yeah, so just rewrite the shit story. Iraq.
Hmm.
People are asking questions and suddenly there are wars or fires and land grabs. Civil Wars BS. It was the North doing land grab. Rest of it is BS.
Sistine Chapel. That what caught fire?
Oh yeah.
I guess that wasn't in France.
No.
It wasn't Sistine Chapel. No, it was Notre Dame.
Mm. If you dig deep enough and stop following mainstream.
You mean the lame stream? Notre Dame Cathedral. Oh shit.
Mm.
Well, that's cool. 5 years after the fire.
Flat Earth crosses over with mud flood in Park area.
I mean, yeah. Ah. I wonder if there's a conspiracy theory with the Notre Dame Cathedral that burned in 2019. They're getting ready to reopen it up next year. Uh, no internet sources all cited. Hmm. Hmm. There is a Nemesis object, a Phoenix event, and they happen like clockwork. Well, it's a Nemesis object. Are you just making this stuff up, T? Mm. Our history is lying to us, and it has bibliography to back it up. Oh, nice. What's up, Dopey?
Hey, Dopey. Working on a model kit, lost track of time.
Each block used to build the pyramids was 2.5 tons. It would take a group of 20 men. Hmm.
27 years in prison reading and data mining old books.
Nice.
Jason of RTX is all the math for the pyramid, which is Gizdaga. Gizdaga series. Jesus. Martin likes a lot of British goes into a lot of shit too.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
No. It.
Makes sense. You not, Blue? You're gonna be on the bed, lay down. If not, get off the bed.
Dopey said I broke your nose.
What?
Dopey's actually a time traveler, guys. He uses dark magic and tons of cocaine.
Cocaine. I can't even say it without laughing.
Or choking.
Yeah, that too. It's really interesting though, because like when you start to get into these conspiracy theories, Tartarians, the pyramids, mud flood, not mud butt, mud flood, a terrible case of mud butt.
Terrible case of blood.
That was a great episode. Also, World's Fair, all these conspiracy theories like kind of linked to one another, and it's like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm. The Tartarians, you see that where it says stuff about the World Fair,
Mm-hmm.
about like reality will generate whatever you believe to keep you going down rabbit holes, seeking yourself on. It's a fucking crap.
Also, crap. I really want to make a restaurant and have everything in wraps and call it "It's a Wrap" with Admiral Akbar. Be pretty fun.
You'd have to say it like that. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Come on down to It's a Wrap. We would get sued by Disney so hard. It's not public property. We own it. Shut down or pay us. No. Yeah, but I mean, you can't really say like you go down a rabbit hole, it's a trap. You're not gonna learn anything. Like these things exist. So it's like, if you want knowledge, you gotta go looking for it. I don't know. I look at things a little bit different. I know, Doodle. That's what I'm saying. Tell your boy. $1 billion. Atoms keep getting more and more complex. Really? Did you miss us or something? Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Well, the DNA thing is because they keep on fucking with our DNA.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? People want to see your pretty face. You doofy son of a bitch. Cross kitty. Cross kitty.
The more you look, the more you will see.
I mean, that's typically how it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Cross kitty.
Hey. No.
You tell him, Doodle.
No. YouTube is the worst rabbit hole. I look up a car crash news story, and 2 hours later, I'm watching people get eaten by sharks.
Is there any car people in here tonight? Specifically Chevy car people? Because I asked Paul and he was like, I have no clue.
Yeah, I saw what he said. He was like, no, I don't know.
Okay. Rude. Rude kitty.
It would be nice. You don't mind know if he was in here.
I tried to tell him we were live and he hasn't even read the message. Cheeto, Cheeto, Cheeto. I made him out of clay. Okay, Dopey. So, the PMW, I have a 97 S10. So, the push button on the ignition cylinder disintegrated. So, I had to take a little piece of it and press it in every single time I wanted to turn on the truck on and off. Pain in the day. New cylinder's not that expensive. It really wasn't hard to replace it. Kind of a bitch to get to, but it wasn't hard to replace it. Once I replaced it, my truck will start and it'll immediately die. So, talking with a buddy of mine who's a mechanic and looking on shit on Google, it was some sort of security system with the truck to where, like, my truck thinks that I'm trying to steal it. So it goes, now we're dead. Okay, that's no problem. I've disconnected the battery multiple times to try and reset the computer. I've done the what was it called? Pass lock?
I think so.
Pass lock reset, where you go to actually like crank it and let it go. And you do like several cycles of that, and it's supposed to learn the new key. My old key is so worn down, I can actually start it up with the old key. And it still does it. And I even tried doing the pass lock cycle with that. I can't figure out what's going on. Now, my switch for my passenger airbag disintegrated when I was taking the cover off the dash. I'm wondering if that needs to be hooked up for my truck to actually stay running. Like if it's a security thing, or if that's not hooked up, then the truck dies. I don't know. I asked Nate about that. And he never responded back. Just want my truck to run again. Because like I got a bunch of trash in the back of that truck, and I need to take it to the dump. And also, I like for my truck to be running because I'm kind of over my car. and it's starting to get too cold for me to take my motorcycle to work anymore. Chartary conspiracy suggests that royalty is fake and any leaders or legends were whitewashed by a certain tiny hat group. I mean, fair enough. Dude, I love my S10. It's the so on the dash you have to put your key into it and you can turn the passenger airbag on or off. That's why I'm wondering if that being disconnected is causing some sort of security issue. Just stupid because it's an airbag. 97, 5 speed, very very nice. Nice.
There are three main types of. My bad.
You need to relax. And where would I find that dopey? Like, I know just enough about vehicles to get myself in trouble. They're fun. I bought it because I want to do customizing to it, but I haven't had the money. I want to notch the frame and drop it, and I want to redo the interior, and I want to do some modifications on the body to include swapping out the straight body for a step side, and then I want to swap out the engine and transmission. Basically a whole new truck. Mm-hmm. One other idea is if the wiring for the ignition switch is bad. It shouldn't be, because the old ignition switch was working just fine.
Yeah, it was just that piece that
it was just that
fell
piece that fell out. Change the thick fuse looking thing. Cool. Got it. And from what I've seen, it's just like the truck going, "Hey, you're trying to steal me." No. But no matter what I do, I can't get it to go, "Oh, everything's fine. No problem." My old key is still worn down. I can use my old key in the new one. Mobile R switch is two parts, usually similar to RFID. There's a chip in the key that communicates with the switch itself to unlock it. I don't think my keys have chips in them because they're smaller keys. Like, the keys are pretty tiny. I mean, the new switch is wired incorrectly, as in two wires are switched with each other. There's no wires out. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it can't be the ignition switch. So there is wires going to the housing of the ignition switch. I didn't touch them. Literally just the cylinder. That's all I replaced. You have this little piece that pulls off, and then you take a pick, and yeah, it does. It just dies immediately. You take the pick and put it in the hole, and turn the cylinder all the way towards the truck dashboard, and the whole cylinder just slides out. Slid in a new one, made sure it would work, hooked everything back up, put everything back together, and no. Yeah, it'll start right up. It just dies immediately. Mm-hmm. Almost like it's not getting fuel, which more evidence of the security system. It's got to be at least getting a little bit of fuel because it wouldn't start.
Right.
I don't know. It's weird. My dad's a mechanic, and he was like, I have no idea. My buddy's a mechanic, he's like, I have no idea. I've tried looking it up, but the only thing that I have found that should fix the problem doesn't. So I don't know. So probably, um, probably wouldn't be a bad idea for us to go back down to Dad's house and get that computer, that reader again. Um, probably, but see, here's the thing with Chevy vehicles, and your S10 was probably the same way, Lauren. I don't worry until my check engine light goes off. Then we have a problem. The check engine light's always on, so there is codes. I don't know if it's from this or not, but now I have a 75 C10. Oh, beautiful. C10s are awesome. Yeah, I want to turn my S10 into essentially a GMC Sonoma. Yes, it does. My dad has a little uh, computer reader that I can borrow from him. I think it was Sonoma. Wasn't it Sonoma? That was essentially the S10. Shit's so annoying.
You must have it set as a default.
Apparently. So dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Sonoma.
You can try turning the ignition to on for 10.5 minutes, then off for 10 seconds, repeat 3 times, and start the truck. Which we tried that.
That was the pass lock cycle. You go to crank it, but you don't let it crank and then let the key go, and it goes to on. And then when your security goes off your dash, then you turn it off or let it sit for 10 minutes in the on position and then turn it off. And you do that 3 times. It's supposed to fix the issue. Didn't fix the issue. So, yeah. Fun time. So, this is what I want to do with my truck.
You told me to present slides.
Maybe I do.
It was like I prepared a whole slideshow for this evening's
You don't know my
live.
life. That step side. That step side bed though. Wee. And I want her to be slammed. Kind of like that. Without those wheels though. I don't mind the hood. Might do a body kit. I don't know. Definitely want to Dragon Nuts. Get low. I would try that again. Okay. I can.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So I was talking about having the truck track nuts. Get low.
Oh.
And I went, from the window to the wall. Yeah, I mean, it's literally, I just have to go down and see my dad and borrow it. It won't cost me anything. I can't drive my truck anywhere to get the codes read.
Mhm. Like, oh, just take it to AutoZone. Oh.
I would love to, but I can't.
Call AutoZone and be like, can you guys just come to me for that free code reading?
Do you guys do a mobile code reading service? Like, they probably are like, well, we don't mind. I'd be like, I live in Cornersville. I'd be like, no.
Only 15 minutes away.
Still, though, they're not making anything off of it and spending their gas.
Unless they have a company vehicle that they can use.
It's still spending gas.
Yeah, but it's company gas. I don't have to worry about it.
So doping. Showed this off multiple times because I'm made Damascus today. 60-layer ladder pack. Oh. I should be able to make an effort. Also, won in a raffle a moose horn. Moose antler. I mean, it's technically a horn.
Yeah.
And some carbon fiber. Ka-chow. I should be able to make some cool stuff. This is what found about your S10, Chris. You must keep the key in the ignition for 30 minutes for the new chip to unlock the security system to make sure you have a battery charger on the battery. Yeah, I tried all that. Also, make sure after the third cycle to turn the ignition to off before trying to start the truck so it can learn the new passcode. Did that as well with the new key and the old key. Didn't work. Yes, sir. Should look pretty sweet. Took me all freaking day. And now in order to make my kumai, I gotta make some more Damascus. Oh, I see. Okay, shit. Are you saying that to the Damascus?
No, about your truck.
Oh, the truck. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, I can Google. I have the skills. And even
sometimes you can Google.
Sometimes. If it's big words and I gotta spell them, I'm out. But my buddy is a mechanic. Like, that's the same thing he suggested because it's the pass lock system. My truck goes, no. And the very first one that I saw, it said that, like, to do all that, but wait till that security thing goes off on your dash, and then you can turn it off. But it was like, usually that takes about 10 minutes. My security goes off like that, and I was like, okay. I did that 3 times, it didn't work. But I did not, when I was doing that, I did not, after the third cycle, turn it. Yeah, I did. I turned it off and then tried to start it. So. I mean, but then it wouldn't start at all, right? It's like, I fire. It just dies. I'm even wondering if it's a bad call, not battery.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
Or do as Lush said, do a fuse check at least. Yeah. I'll get that reader from my dad. See what code to throw in. At least that may give me an easier idea of where to look.
Yeah.
Dylan sent me a video. Oh shit. Oh shit.
This will be a fuse tied to the path block.
It could be.
Yes.
That looks sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could. Absolutely could. Getting sent bead porn. Holy shit.
Good looking bead.
I think he'll get that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is super fun.
I were to find out that the car issue is going to cost you a bunch of
Uno
money
beads.
after you just paid the car off. That was super fun too.
No, backdraft beads. Bead porn. Good looking shit. Don't worry, I'm asking permission if I can show y'all. Oh, here's Dylan.
He said, "Yep."
Word. Pure sex.
So weird when you say that. Just don't.
I mean, I like that's copper. That's copper. That's got primordial jizz on it, and I love it. It glows. Ghostbuster shit.
Mm-hmm. So it reminds me of.
It's sexy AF. Glad I follow that account on TikTok. Oh, sorry. Shouldn't have done that on screen. My bad.
And I just
In my pants. In my pants. Fortnite Rocket's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm. Rocket.
Pew pew. So hey Dylan, did you get your lathe fixed? And or did you upgrade your lathe? Because I thought you didn't have a metal lathe, or maybe you did have a metal lathe and I just didn't know. So many questions. Why I'm talking with question mark? I love how dope he's like, I got you guys, backdraft beads.
Nope,
Nope, that's not drill. No shit, nice. Um had the rod the size I needed. Nice. Yeah, so Dopey's like, oh, backdraft. But nobody's posting up. Ace Collaborative.
They have before though.
People are gonna get put in timeout. Not Dopey though. I give him a promise. Don't worry, it's fine. No, it's fine. We don't. Dylan makes awesome stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if any of you guys want to share any other links of other people that make awesome stuff, go ahead. We don't care. It's how people get known and make sales, and high tides raise all ships. Not dog eat dog. Dog help dog.
You're never bro.
At least that's the way it should be.
Just lean his ears back at
He's like, I want.
me. Mm-hmm. He's like, no. Sometimes I actually do my duties and not just still taking photos.
But we really appreciate the deck and part joke. MetalRelic.com. There you go. I fixed it. You're welcome. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, he showed us this one before.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Dude makes great art. Really like his stuff.
Mhm.
That's bad.
Mhm.
I fixed it for you. It's fine. Got you, man. The point I was trying to make. We got one another. Friends gonna make sales. Friends gonna be happy. And I gotta get you some pictures and specs so we get some knives moving. Because I believe in you. And then they're gonna sell, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, you want to do some more?" And you're gonna be like,
Mhm.
"I'm trying to clean my grinder because I'm out of weed." I mean, I get it. I used to smoke cigarettes. My phone. When your knives coming? When you want them?
Is it talking about your folders or?
I have no. Are you talking about my folder? Or are you talking about my fixed plates? Are you talking about the other like 18 things that I want to learn how to do, or the Damascus I might do? What are we talking about? Talking about this now?
Yeah, the folder.
Um, that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked. Um, no, I'm joking. We the Kickstarter did not go well. I mean, it didn't. We didn't do bad, but we only got about 20%
Funded.
funded, so it did not go through. They are now on Ace Collaborative, dogbigcartel.com. And I can go ahead and do that because I got skills. You want to fight about it? Boom. So far we've only pre-sold 2. So 2 weekends ago, when I was up at Beach Do Dopey. 2 weekends ago, when I was up at Smoky Mountain Knife Works, I talked with a really nice gentleman named Greg about whose dick do I have to suck to get this knife in Smoky Mountain Knife Works. And he told me that he gave me an email of the CEO and to put all the information and be as detailed as possible and see what he says. He also said I may have an easier time putting some of my fixed blades in there first because they can kind of pay me after it gets sold, which I have no issues with, instead of like purchasing up front. Um, I got to get some better presentation for my fixed if they're going to be sold in Smoky Mountain Networks. I can't just give them a knife to put in their case like this and be like, oh, well, that's how they come. So here you go, thanks. Um, I've been doing some research on like some companies to make some boxes that are similar to this, but obviously they would have to be bigger. Just to look a little bit more professional and not look like I'm some hick in a garage making knives out of like leaf springs because I don't do that. So yeah, it's we'll see if anything happens. Trying, I can do. Will you look in that top drawer and see if there is a screwdriver of the flat or Phillips variety? It'll be towards the front if there is one. I think that there's a like a oh well yeah that'll work. That's full size screwdriver. Damn, was not expecting that. Of course that bit's too big. make sure the screws are nice and tight.
Dylan says I need to inspect it.
Well, one of my folders, or just one of my knives in general. Because
Probably the folder.
we can make this happen.
There was another one.
That's what I was talking about.
But you got it made it work.
Yeah, it's fine. Dylan, I know you're in North Carolina. How far are you from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, or Sevierville, or Pigeon Forge,
or Asheville,
North Carolina? Just to give me an idea of like how far away you are. 'Cause I'm pretty sure
he lives like by the beach.
Well, no, I think he's close. No, he does live by the beach. He's probably on the other side of North Carolina. So I was about to say, not Lucas, but Drew, him and Ariana. Oh yeah, that's right.
Virginia, but
Virginia, 3 hours. Okay,
Okay,
it's not bad. Yeah, him and I think it was Dylan. No, maybe somebody else. I don't know. I heard way too many stories about this. I don't know what I'm doing.
What were you trying to say though?
Dylan met up, or Drew met up with a guy while they were over at the beach.
Oh.
Within the knives and shit. I don't remember who it was. Why are you looking at my hand? Weird dog. Yeah, Drew and Luke got to check out the Apex Arc. I don't know how they felt about it or feel about it. I haven't heard anything. I need to message Drew and just be like, hey, what you think of my knife? But I've had it in the hands of several reviewers, and everybody seems to really enjoy it. I'm going to try to get it in Juvan's hands, because he lives like an hour away from us. I can literally just be like, here, play with this for like a week or two. Give it back. There was somebody else that I was going to get to try and review it, but I don't remember who it was. So, just trying, man. In the meantime, making fixed blades. So, which T&W, no, it was Dylan that was curious about some of my knives. That jade handle one I still got available, sir. Also making a new version of it with my Carta handles. You'll move. Blue, would you stop licking? You're licking yourself raw. I'm gonna throw a cat at your face. Maybe like the alien face hugger. Give me nice when we hook up.
What do you mean when we hook it up? It literally just needs to be plugged in.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Whenever we plug it in. I mean, it's not like I have a drawer full of scale material.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that's not a thing. No, it's also not like our primary colors being black and red. I can make something happen.
Send you on Monday for scale.
Woohoo! Yeah, I feel like after I get your packages, I'm just gonna have to package up a knife and send it to you.
Go to the door. So you have to go potty. Go to the door.
I'll let you pick out what you want, sir. There's only a couple of knives that won't be available. Good to know, Lauren. Like this knife, sadly, will not be available. for PMW to pick out because I spent a lot of time on this bench. This is the same knife model that I made for myself. The only difference is I have a hollow grind. This is a flat grind. So you can use this as like a mini chef. And I did not do a great job of doing my secondary bevels. I gotta clean that up a little bit. Anyways, but this is 5160 hand forged. No, sir. I don't need anything in return. Just show me what you make with the wood. I mean, you say that. I'm still gonna give you. That's what we do.
This Ohio State game.
This is a blowout.
Third quarter, 7.5 minutes left. 38.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So I said to PMW I was going to send him a knife. He was like, no, you don't need to do that. Just show me what you make with the stuff I send you. I was like, no, I already said I'm going to send you a knife. I was like, but there's going to be a couple knives that you're not going to be able to choose from because like they took some time, like that Damascus chef. Yeah. No, this hand forged prism. No, but other knives that I have in my collection that are done so far, I don't mind. Dude, that's what we do. Dylan and myself did a little trade. I would much rather barter with people. Bartering is awesome, and that's the way all transactions used to be done. You swap goods in a handshake, and everybody's happy. I dig it. Then the government was like, "No, you can't tax bartering." Hey, dude, you're I can't really say what I was gonna say without giving some background. I get wood when I see his knife, so I was gonna be like, "You're dink." Oh,
Your dink.
I was gonna talk about his knife.
His dink.
His
No,
knife,
let's just
his
have people ask questions. Don't explain it. Just let people ask questions.
So when I
said playing with Lauren's dink,
when I send you your dink, you're gonna be blown away. Because I've taken some extra time with it.
He
and made sure that
gave it some extra love.
Made sure that it was really shiny.
He gave it some extra love. Gave it some extra rubbings to make sure it was extra shiny.
Bit shine. And a buff. Or 2. Or 3. If there's something hard and shiny on it, don't worry about it. Yeah, dude, the scales on your knife are coming out so good. And that's because like I've gotten more knowledge over the years. And now I understand that like, hey, sometimes you just have to put in an insane amount of sanding to make something look really, really good. And buff it multiple times and sand it multiple times in between buffing. And I did all that before I etched your blade. So
plus you gotta take a little bit extra time because the dink is small.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta like give it a little bit of extra loving to
sometimes you gotta take a pause and just admire how small it is.
Mm-hmm.
And be like, "Oh,
it's so cute." No, I was like waiting for the comments to start. Like,
anytime, man, anytime. But like the scales, as far as the micarta that I've done so far, I've never made micarta that looked so good in my career. So I'm pretty happy.
Dylan asked, "What's the dink?"
Hi-oh.
This little guy.
That's a dink.
This is mine.
It's a sharp mini clip point.
Yeah.
And Lauren saw it. He was like, "I need one. Make me one."
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris did this one for me a while ago, a couple years ago now. And then he also did this little kydex for me too.
So I showed it off last
It's not the
night.
size that matters.
It's all in how you use it.
Exactly. It'll still get the job done. Okay.
I mean, an inch going at 100 miles an hour will do a lot of damage. Um, so these are some knives that I'm currently working on. And so we go to that's homemade Damascus. This is Corian. Fuck that material because it picks up every little goddamn thing when you're trying to sand it. Um, this is San Mai with cable Damascus in the middle that I got to get all that scale off of. This is hand forged 5160 leaf spring material, and I got to finish doing these handles. There's a little dink, a little baby dink, and then that's the uh, incline that I was telling you about with the micarta. And that's the other side, of the little dink. Currently in a WD-40 soak. Those handles are coming out looking really good. Yes, I do knife making in Crocs. Leave me alone. They're comfortable. And I don't mind if my socks go S en fuego. Black and red. It looks like a great letter / box opener.
Yep, it is P&W. That's what I
Especially
use
in
it
the
for.
back door. Uh-oh. I was like, why is that not going away? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Stop looking. Yeah, so like when I made this for her, and I've actually made your scales thinner because this was done a couple years ago, and I was still making. I still have a tendency to make scales pretty thick. I'm trying to get better on that, make them a little bit smaller, more user friendly. Not everybody has bare hands like me. I get that, but I got bare hands, so I make bare scales. But like, I made this knife, and I guess it was just like how well I ground it, and I literally handed it to her, and I was like, "This will fuck you up. Be very careful. This is one of the sharpest knives I've ever made." Dude, they're comfortable. They're ugly as shit, but they're comfortable. They're all black from all the forging and everything. What do you use on wood scales when you make a knife for protectant / coating? Great question. All depends on the wood. So typically what I do, because I are smart and I'm also cheap, is I acid etch most of my blades. When you acid etch a blade, whatever material you use as scales goes into the ferric chloride with the knife. Ferric chloride has iron in it. Iron and vinegar make a really good stain for most woods. So this is actually coated and infused with ferric chloride and vinegar. So it provides a finish of type of sorts. And then when I buff it out, sand it down, everything else, what I do is I do a thin layer of Ren wax over everything. And that typically helps with rusting. Although I did a really poop-tacular job on my logo, and my logo is actually starting to rust. Just noticed that today, and I was like, some bitch. So I got to put some more in. I've seen people do linseed oil. I've never messed with linseed oil. Typically, I don't do a whole lot of wood. I usually do more like G10 micarta. Um, I really need to get some like linseed oil because it's a good finish. Um, but I haven't yet. Now I do have a bunch of, and I literally mean a bunch of whiskey barrel staves because my best friend used to work at a distillery. and I've only made one knife with said whiskey barrel staves, and literally the only finish I did was in Barrett, and it worked. And they weren't even stabilized. So Dr. Kurtz has some amazing stuff. Who the hell is Dr. Kirk? Oh, really? That
Probably
is
somebody.
great. I just learned something. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah. So if you ever want to do a cheap, um, inexpensive wood finish, like to make it darker, it's almost like a black wash. Take steel wool and soak it in vinegar, and you will have a stain for your wood. All about learning what works and what doesn't, and learning new shit. I learned new shit today. That vinegar eats Ford scale. What?
We have a ton of vinegar,
That
so
would have been nice to know like 2 years ago. Could saved myself so much. What is Dr. Kirk's?
it's polishing stuff for wood, plastics, and more.
Good to know. Good to know. Um, there is another product that I came across on TikTok. And it comes almost like a glue stick tube,
Mhm.
but it's some sort of like protective wax finish stuff um for knife making.
Hmm.
And I don't remember what it's called, but I was like, that looks really interesting. And literally you just click it to where you have like a deodorant bar
Yeah.
and you just rub it on.
They have glue sticks.
Yeah, like a glue stick. I thought it was kind of cool. Learn new shit all the time. Like a couple months ago, I was tired of the finish that I was getting from my stonewash, my tumbler. And way that I was taught is just use water and like Dawn dish soap. Well, with high carbon steel, I don't like water very much. So like I would send it through a tumbling cycle and I would get surface rust almost immediately. I'm like, okay, there's gotta be something I can do to make this better. And I came across a recipe that helps with that. And I had to modify the recipe a little bit because I couldn't find the actual stuff. But the stuff I found has baking soda in it. So it not only keeps my high carbon steel from rusting, it also neutralizes my ferrite. So I was like, win win. And the finish is fantastic. I get a stonewash finish in like 20 seconds, which is insane. The vinegar was good for rust removal, but I had no idea about mixing steel wool with it for stain. Yeah, yes, sir. At least I think it was steel wool and vinegar. You might want to YouTube it. What's with all the 11/11 portal BS? Don't these people realize 2 months were added to the year, changed the number of months from 10 to 12, so it'd be 911 because September was the 7th month. Now you're just talking crazy. Not like there's a difference between the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar. Or how the Jewish people are in like year 9,000. Or even further, how daylight savings time is bullshit. And the government needs to get rid of that shit. Expedition Bigfoot, nice. Uh, So I was right. Steel wool optional. You can pull apart the pad to expose a larger surface area. Pour about 2 cups of vinegar, white, apple cider red, or balsamic over the steel wool. Allow the mixture to sit uncovered for about 24 hours or up to a few days. And it's a like a dark wash. As with different vinegars, different woods will respond differently, giving you different colors. You can also use tea. I forgot about that.
Oh, tea is a stain?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yellow pine, steel wool vinegar, hemper,
Camphor.
uh, Douglas fir gets dark. Um, black tea, coffee, apple cider vinegar, and steel wool vinegar. Show me more. I guess you're technically oxidizing. You're not doing a black wash, but still, you can get some pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, you're welcome. Not as annoying as one of the wrestlers now. His whole thing is, he goes, "Thank you." It's not a bad wrestler. It's just annoying as shit. What is that? Lauren, you still in here? Ever used burnt diesel oil and gas? No, but I like fire. I would be down to try that. I know you can use diesel and something mixed together. Is typically what they do with like fence posts, like wooden fence posts to seal them. So we were talking about the guild last night. So this is our seal. This is a guild shirt.
Yield.
Guild. Guild. Dude, that sounds awesome.
We represent the knife makers guild. It doesn't really work with that, but
The Alabama Guild. The Alabama Guild.
nerd.
I am a knife nerd. That's why I make knives. Duh.
Also, everybody at the meeting today was knife nerds. So
Hell yeah, they were. We had some great conversations and I learned some shit.
what are you doing? What are you doing?
Sad part is like my level of knife nerdum is actually really small compared to other knife makers. Because now we're gonna get into deep stuff. So I use a product used unicorn spit for staining woods a lot. I can make wood stain for almost any color. Sweet. Um, so when I first started making knives, I've been doing it pretty much part time since 2019. I know myself, and this is the tism. So when I really like something, I learn absolutely everything that I can possibly learn about said subject. and it typically leads to me getting burned out. All depends on how fast it happens, how much information I absorb, and how much how fast I lose interest in said subject. So I knew that about myself going into knife making. So I have purposely, to a point, kind of kept myself naive to some of the things that I should have already learned, or some of the histories, or some of the processes, because I didn't want to burn myself out. Like, this is something that I really enjoy. I finally found like my thing. Um, Still not very good at it, but I'm getting better each day. So I try to make every knife that I make better than the last one, and that's the only way that I know how to progress. Um, but like I was talking with the knife maker. What was his name? He's out of Martin. I got his Ranger eyes. They were insanely expensive. He'll be at Nashville again.
Oh,
Not Horton.
I can't remember.
Can't
I know who
remember.
you're talking
I
about,
can't
but I can't
remember his
remember.
name. He's a really well known knife maker, and all of his knives are milled. Um, but he's a good dude and a wealth of knowledge. And we started talking at the Kentucky Knife Show, and he was like, "You ever heard of Loveless knives?" And I was like, "No." And he goes, "What are you doing with your life?" And I was like, "Well, try not to burn myself out." Yeah, exactly, dude. You go all in, then you get bored. So, like, I at this point in my career, I should be more of a wealth of knowledge than what I am, like the porn star. Um, but I still have a lot of knowledge, and I still enjoy what I do. So that's why I can confidently come in here and saying there's not 8,000 different types of steel, two different types of steel, and as long as the heat treat's correct, it does not fucking matter. Fight me. Or I can say certain features of a knife I find stupid because I know why they're there and I know why people like them, but it's catering to the lowest denominator. And I don't want to lower my product instead of trying to elevate my customer. This is why we do these lives, and I can teach y'all shit. Like I said, high tides raise all ships. But at the end of the day, like the whole knife metal thing, like it's personal. It doesn't matter. But to hold a knife and be like, "This is M390, and this is the greatest thing that's ever been made," you're stupid. Sit down, shut up. It's knife steel. It will cut. Mm. So yeah, I scared everybody off. Superpower. Need to get a shirt that says "I make knives and I know things." So, T, I am going to use your buddy for a free T-shirt. Dude, you're good. I am going to use your buddy for a free T-shirt. I just have to do the back design and figure out how to do it. So here, just trying to apply tiny ass stickers on a model kit. Playing with your toys. I've actually got a knife on my bench. It's a little mini machete.
Mm.
And I'm wondering if it will fit in the hand of one of your models. The classic steel debate. It doesn't matter if it's D2 or Magna Cut. If the heat treat is shit, then it's bad, period. He gets it. Say a little bit louder for the people in the back. Heat treat is the only thing that matters besides the properties of stainless steel and high carbon steel. One's going to rust faster than the other. Other than that, they all cut the damn same as long as the heat treat's right. You could have a CPM 154, and if the heat treat's shit, it's shit. You could have Magna Cut. If the heat treat's shit, shit. Whereas I can take 80 CRV2, 8670, 1095, 1086. I'm pretty sure 1084, which is what that Damascus billet's made out of. And I can do the heat treat myself, and I do it the exact same way every time, and it always comes out perfect because I got skills and I know things, and I don't have to wrap it up in foil or do a cryo treatment or anything like that. So I've got my heat treat down to science. As long as I can do my heat treat. So I gotta look up 1084 because I've never done a heat treat on 1084. We will see. But anytime that I do a new steel heat treat, I always do a test. Like after I do the heat treat, I'll go ahead and I'll grind a quick bevel, and then I'll sharpen it. I'll make sure it's sharpish. And so what I do to make sure that my heat treat is good, I will go take a 4x4, and I will cut a chunk out of the 4x4, and then I will cut cardboard, and then I will take a rubber mallet, and I will go over to a penny, and I will smack it on the knife into the penny, and I'm checking to see how the edge holds up. Did it roll? Do I've got any nicks, chips, any of that stuff? If I'm good on those three things, there's nothing you can do to my knife that's gonna hurt it. So when it comes to HRC, is there a number you try to reach with your heat treat, or do you not worry about the HRC rating? So every steel has a heat treat rating that is good for that steel. I have a rough idea of where my heat treat is at, and usually if people ask me, I usually say like 61 or 62. That's typically for the steel I use where you want to be. Um, I have no way of testing hardness unless I take it up to my buddy's shop that I was up at earlier because he's got a hardness tester. I've been wanting to purchase hardness files for a while, and I just haven't yet. Um, Typically, with a lot of knife makers or knife smiths, whenever you do your heat treat, what you'll do, and this is something that I just found out about a little bit ago. Um, so a lot of people think that when you come out of your quench, if you take a file and it skates, you're good because that's the hardness. And of course, you have temper after that. What I found out is that if you do that right out of the quench and when it cools down, you're going to have a layer of oxide on the top of your knife, essentially forge scale, and so your file is going to skate no matter what. So what I typically do with it, instead of just letting the file skate, I'll dig in and dig in and dig in until I see silver, and then I'll see if it skates. And I've been doing that here lately. I'm getting the same results. But I really need to get a set of those hardness files. This guy, before I turned it into a knife, it was a rasp, and I took it up to my buddy's shop, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is 62 Rockwell because we tested it. And so that's how I knew that I could do stock removal on this, and as long as I kept it cool, it wouldn't mess with the HRC. This is a perfectly heat treated blade because the company that made the rasp did it for me. Shout out to that company. But that jimping is so amazing. Like, I guess it's just because it's angled. Like, it locks on your thumb, and your thumb's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, even if you got blood on this, like, your thumb's not going anywhere.
No, it's there to stay.
Mm-hmm. I may try and do like angled jimping. That seems to be the thing that works the best. And it's not like anything crazy. It's just a slight angle, but it locks in. This is the greatest jimping I've ever found. And I didn't make it. Yeah, this friggin' jimping that I left on the knife. This is from the actual rasp, and like you got to put your thumb on it. Your thumb's not going anywhere, but it's back cut almost. So like the jimping is actually going towards you, and I think that's what's grabbing your thumb and like holding it in place. But it's fantastic, and I really like it. Like I said though, PNW, like I've been doing this. I've been doing the same heat treat for a while. And when I do a new steel that I heat treat, I always do that test. And if my knife passes that test, it's right with the HRC, so I don't really worry about it. It's very rare that somebody would come out and be like, "What's your HRC?" And I've even given a range before. I'm like, I'm anywhere from 59 to 62, or 59 to 61, or something like that. Technically, as a knife maker, I should know that shit, every single knife, but it'll cut. It won't warp or mess up the steel or chip or roll. So I let it ride. Yeah. The CPM knives that I have that were heat treated a couple years ago, they're at 61. I had somebody else do the heat treat for me. I know they're at 61. I got so much random shit I got to do. I got back orders for people and stuff that I should have already done, but I've got CPM 154 blades blanks. I've got 5160 blanks. I don't think I have any 8670 blanks, but I also have a chunk of 8670 stuff. Well, our knife nerds, we think about this stuff. LOL, it's hard keeping my mouth shut around people that don't have the knowledge of steels the way I do, because I don't want to ruin their excitement. You meant nerds.
He meant nerds, but his phone keeps on
You meant
correcting
nerds,
it to me.
Sir. No, dude, you're good. I love talking about this stuff. I mean, that's why I do what I do. But also around other knife makers, I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, it's like 59 to 62. They're going to be like, what? Like, well, you know, it's a range. No, it's not a range. What is your hardness? I don't know. It'll cut. Won't chip a roll. Must be doing something right. Get out. And also, I made the huge mistake of like my my first show that I ever did. I was like, hey, everybody, I know all you guys mostly, and I'm a knife nerd. So let's talk knives. And let me tell you about all the things that went right with this knife and all the things that went wrong. and all the things that I should have done better.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't sell a single knife, and I don't know why.
Gee, I wonder.
I was honest with everybody.
A little too honest, though.
Now I know better. I don't answer questions unless I'm asked. Good old Johnny got a new awesome MTech knife. How awesome. I don't tell him. Just I'll feel surprised. Hey, some of them are okay. Some. But usually not.
Oh, quit looking.
I watched a video that T actually sent me of a knife maker that ordered a clone Gerber off of Temu, and it was done well. He was like, "This is bullshit. I can't compete with this. I can't make this knife for $17." And like, edge was good. He didn't mess up the tip. Cut through a 4x4 or two 2x4s, and he was like, "I don't." I was like, "Same. I get it." Just like a fun thing that I had happen to me 2 years ago. So a buddy of mine, which I have to finish his knife, that was part of the deal, bought me some Damascus billets off of Etsy. They said they were supposed to be 10.95 and 15 and 20. I was expecting Packy Maxes. I did the heat treat and they acted like 10.95 and 15 and 20. I got lucky. That doesn't happen very often. And they were pretty inexpensive. So and the pattern was pretty crazy. The pattern looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
Not as good as this ladder Damascus that I made today. But you know. I'm really curious because like all the pictures of ladder Damascus, it's like high layer. So I'm wondering how the pattern's gonna look with it being relatively low layer.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. May have to cut off a piece of that and make another ring. I also have to redo this ring. There we go. That's better light. My skin is very acidic, very caustic. So this bitch rusts on the inside. And I get this poop ring around some. It looks awful.
It does look awful.
So I need to clean this up on the inside again. And I need to seal it with fingernail polish. But I haven't done it. I actually need to seal the whole thing with fingernail polish.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll probably end up buffing it again. I may etch it again. I don't know. We'll see. But it was a fun little project. Homemade, homegrown Damascus. Grew it myself.
I was gonna say, in our backyard, in
Mm-hmm.
our Damascus garden.
Mm-hmm. In our Damascus orchard.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't already have a name for my company and a logo, Damascus Orchard would be kind of cool for a company name. Yeah, it's pretty insane that these companies can create quality clones. It's still wrong, but for customers who don't know about cloning, the real companies are losing them to cloners. Yeah, man. Like, I am not an advocate for anybody that steals anybody else's products and then resells them. Like, that's bullshit. Don't do that. But you get into a lot of gray areas because, I mean, there isn't a whole lot of knife makers out there that are making brand new, innovative designs. Most of the shit's already been designed before. It just all depends on what style of knife you want, how you want your handles,
Mm-hmm.
and I can take a one like the B2 of my main knife that I make, and it's got elements of Birch in it. It's got elements of Christensen. It's got elements of Cam Designs, who taught me how to make fucking knives. So like the whole like Oh, you stole their design. I got their design from somebody else. So you get in this little gray area of like clones and theft and good artist borrow and great artist steal and all that stuff. So I try to be original, but you can only be so original when everything's already been done. Now, like Demco coming out with like the Axis lock and like the Shark lock and shit like that, innovative. Dude's an amazing designer and he's a great knife maker. But the Demco AD20, it's a straight back blade. Nothing really super special about it besides the lock. And they're done well. I'm not talking shit about Demco. I love Demco. But so there's a lot of little gray areas and like fanboys are kind of the worst about it. You'll have I don't know, say a Best Tech fanboy. The moment you do anything that's even closely related, they're like, "Oh my god, you're stealing their stuff." He probably stole from somebody else. Sorry. I've actually only had one guy that messaged me, and I really appreciate it. He was like, this dude's making knives. Looks like your knife." And I'm like, I really appreciate that. However, this variation of my design has been done so many times before.
Mhm.
I can't claim it, even though I came up with it. There's only so many designs for blades, so I totally understand the gray area. Yeah. Now, like, if you're just out there going, "Hey, uh, fuck John Graham, I'm gonna make a razzle." No, don't do that. But if you got some elements that kind of look like somebody else and you were really trying to make something original, okay. That's what I did. But kind of makes me mad because the dude that was trying to learn knife making and
Mhm.
made a blade that looks like mine, he's made a different blade that kind of resembles some stuff that I've made in the past. And because he's already a really popular maker, he sells out every single time he gets a company to produce his wee little blade. And I'm like, you some bitch. They're tiny. That's the part that makes me mad. People have said to me before, "Why is it too small?" They're smaller. What the fuck? Transformative art. Yeah, pretty much. We got way off topic though. We were talking about years. Let's bring it back around.
Way off. He tried to bring it back in his defense. He tried to, and then
Yeah, I mean, I like maps. What can I say? I mean, we're not really off topic. It says Knafs and conspiracy theories, or Knafs and conspiracies.
yeah.
Gotta have the Knafs with the conspiracy.
Because I knew you were gonna be talking about knives with like the steel that you made today, the Damascus, and the stuff that you got, and that's
Hell
why I was
yeah.
like, knives and conspiracy.
Hell yeah. And the moose antler,
That's what I was saying. The other stuff
the
you got.
moose horn.
At least it's not a moose now.
True. I wonder after I worked with it if I can take the powder and snort it, and it would be an aphrodisiac. Wouldn't be able to do that with rhino horn. What's the difference between a horn and an antler? Nothing. Bones.
I don't think I would recommend that. But you with your allergies, no.
Blood. Oh, the Titanic was absolutely an insurance scam. The Titanic never sank. The Olympic did. I was a Titanic nerd. I figured out at the age of 8 how to keep the Titanic from sinking, even after it hit the iceberg. They would have made one little change with the engineering. It would have never sank. It would have actually been unsinkable. But yeah, well, partial insurance scam, partial killing off competitors.
Mhm.
That's an even more wonderful wormhole. It was on said faction last night. You're talking about Stevie and Maddie?
Yeah, Maddie.
Maddie was actually in our live for a little bit last night, and he wanted me to jump on with them to show off my knife that I made. And I was like, dude, we're going to bed early. I got to get up tomorrow. Got to go to the forge or go to the guild. But we were all talking about conspiracy theories and stuff yesterday, and I was like, that's a Saturday live. It's not a Friday live. So that's pretty awesome that they were talking about that. Yeah, so partly that the Olympic was getting older and it was going to be super expensive for them to decommission it, opposed to getting a massive payout from the insurance. It was called the Titanic instead of the Olympic. Top of that, a lot of really rich, powerful people went down with the Titanic, and that also ties into the uh, federal treasury, which is not federal at all. And the Bushes and the Nazis and good shit. So much fun. But yeah, Titanic is still to this day one of my favorite movies. Even though it was greatly embellished. I really should have been wearing a mask today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's gonna suck.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There is a Titanic museum in Pigeon Forge. Highly, highly, highly recommend people to go and check it out. I had no idea that the Grand Staircase in 1912 was made out of linoleum because it was a brand new technology and only the rich people could afford it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this cheap ass shit on the Grand Staircase?
Yeah, on the steps and then the floor.
All linoleum.
On the
linoleum tiles.
After you get down the Grand Staircase, like all that was linoleum.
Yeah. Really weird. But I mean, back then rich people wouldn't touch lobster. And now poor people can't afford it lobster.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be poor food.
And rich people figured out it was good.
Asshole.
Right? Oh, wait, the theory about Rose was still You know how
You're not wrong.
No, I know exactly. There's plenty of room for him.
They said Titanic was the first and only ship of its kind, largest, but it wasn't there. There was a twin ship that was built first, the Olympic, and the Olympic is what went down, not the Titanic. How, Lauren? How? Because I like Titanic? Because I like the Titanic movie with titties? That makes me gay? Tell me how I'm gay. Some say that it is unlucky to change ship's name.
I mean, I'd say it was unlucky for them.
Duh. I mean, no, it was lucky. It was lucky for them because they got insurance money
for the company, but unlucky for all the people.
Well, they got insurance money, and then everybody sued RMS, and they were like, "Well,"
and then they went under.
Bye.
White Star Line was no longer a thing because
and
of
scuba
that.
missions. See the original plate says Olympic on the one room. I didn't know that. Hopefully, it wasn't what was the mission that was going down to the Titanic?
Ocean Gate.
Yeah. Well, no. What was the company?
Ocean Gate.
Oh, was that the name of the company? Yeah. Ocean Gate. J.P. Morgan wanted people dead, but that opposed the Fed. 3 of the wealthiest were on the Titanic.
Yep.
Exactly. Federal Reserve, which is not federal at all, and actually is unconstitutional.
feel bad for all the other people on the ship. Like the third class passengers and even second class.
All the Irish people?
Like, they had no idea what was going on. They thought that they were going to start a new life in America and probably spent their whole life savings to get on that
Jack
boat.
Dawson.
Yep. Exactly.
What's really messed up is when you go to this museum, the Titanic Museum, they give you cards of like, this is your character that was actually on the Titanic. Like, this is who you are. Completely random. Alina got the only fucking Cuban that was on the damn Titanic. And my character was Irish. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I died on the Titanic. She lived. Macro made your own jean shorts? Okay. And it was a bitch to repair, so took a policy on the Titanic and sent out the Olympic as Titanic. Yep. I need to redo Titanic with Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake. Ah, God. There was a book that mentioned the Titan, unsinkable large ship.
Yeah, I remember the Titan.
Yep. Predictive programming.
Yeah.
Because what I've always been told is that when people that are in power want to do something, they have to like give a warning first before they do it. Much like The Simpsons predicting everything. So I think that was their way of saying like, hey, we're going to do this thing, but we're going to warn you first and put it in a fictional book. And there's movies all the time that we see that are like, hey, this thing that just happened, we were told about 5 years ago in this fictional movie. What the hell? Happens all the time. Yep. Most people don't notice that.
Titanic thing.
Wah wah.
Boo. Boo.
Like the train. Like what train?
And what type of train are we talking about here, Lauren?
Are you still talking about like Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears? Because like I'm sure he wasn't the only one to run a train.
You're talking about like a choo choo.
He was down here.
He was over on the pit bed. That's what I'm talking
about. Britney Spears just needs to get a belt buckle that says like thousands served here. Like the old McDonald's.
Yeah.
Million burgers sold. Million dicks have been here.
Hopefully not a million.
Got somebody who's famous and has money. She can find some deal. The one that derailed in town that literally had a movie about it.
Oh, East Palestine.
Oh, up in Ohio?
Yeah.
Dude, no lie.
That movie was on Netflix.
No shit.
Yeah. We started watching it and we did finish it. It was like about the train that derailed and they had to stay in their house or whatever. And I can't remember the name of it.
I vaguely remember what you're talking about. Yeah, so that shit happened in East Palestine, which when we were up in Ohio, we weren't that far from. Literally the night before we left, there was another train derailment like 15 minutes up the road. We're like, what is going on in Ohio? Crazy, man. Crazy.
In order to sleep with 1 million people, if you started doing it at 10 and lived till you were 80, you'd have to sleep with 14,286 people per year to hit 1 million.
I mean, I was just being facetious about the million.
I was just curious.
Probably 1,000.
I was just curious if that was possible. So I did the math. 14,286 people per year from the time that you were 10 years old.
You
to the
act
time
like you
you were-
crunch numbers for a job or some shit.
No.
It's like, hold on. I gotta figure out the specifics of this math equation. Your job technically is you're an accountant. Technically.
I mean, if I'm just restructuring contracts is all I'm doing. I need to clean it.
Whilst accounting. This cough can go away.
Yep. I love how Ruby's staring at you. Like,
Doing that trick.
hi, Ruby. Hi, Ruby. A lesson of etiquette as he passes the cross stitch or the face. Jesus. You gotta watch out, Ruby. Smacked my glasses. Yes, PNW. They are a mess. And she has to have all the attention all the time. So, as you can tell, she acts like she never gets any attention, but she does. Don't put all your weight on my knee. That hurts. That hurts. Yes, she's a mess. But you're adorable. You're lucky you're cute.
What was that?
PNW was talking about, he said, oh, those cute doggies. And they said, look at that tail wag, because she was wagging her tail the whole time. And then T said, I think the quote is the question of etiquette. As I pass, do I give you the ass or the crotch as you pass by me? The lesson of etiquette as he passes the crotch to the face. Yeah.
Always crotch. Yeah. They're both very happy doggos.
Yeah.
They're also
a mess.
Massive pains in the ass. Ruby. Ruru, come here.
She's like, no, I'm smelling
I
your teeth.
know. Ruby, come here. Oh, I get.
He's like, my name could be Ruby.
Hey, old man. What are you doing? Yeah, I love you too.
Ruby, come here.
Dick dog. His tail's gonna fly off his butt one of these days.
Yes, they both love attention. They both want all of the attention all the time.
Does that feel good, bro?
Ridiculous.
He's gone.
Yeah, you don't want to get crop dusted before crotch before cannon. Yeah.
You want to talk about some gassy dogs?
Both of them.
They're stinkers.
Awful.
And you don't usually hear it. It's just like, oh.
Yeah, it's always silent. Well, except for Ruby. Sometimes she gets excited and she'll jump up in the chair in the living room and she toots, which is always pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't stink, though, whenever she does that.
No, when you can hear it, you're good. When you can't, it's like, oh, God.
Yeah, it just hits you.
No. Why?
We got Root and Toot and Ruby and Brew Brew Thunderbutt.
Yep.
So it's blue, but we call him Brew Brew.
He responds to better than he does to blue. I don't get it.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
Here we are. What is it, Penelope? What are you doing? Your muse always sounds so sad. Hey, Doodle. Your muse always sounds so sad.
It's always a silent, and they walk up to you and give you a lungful.
Well, so Blue typically likes to lay in front of the couch when we're sitting on the couch. And just all of a sudden you're like, why? And he's like, what?
And whichever way he's facing is who gets it the worst. So if his butt is facing towards Chris, Chris will get it the worst. If his butt's facing towards me, I'll get it the worst. So it's always like
when we're trying to go to bed, typically Ruby likes to lay in the middle of the bed. Here lately, since it's been cold, Blue will get up in the middle of the bed, which it used to be always Blue in the middle of the bed. But we got Ruby. And so what she'll do is she'll sleep in between my legs or she'll sleep on the other side of Alina. And without fail, we're almost asleep. It doesn't matter if it's Ruby or Blue. We're just like,
yeah, pretty good.
Because their ass is always facing us. So it's just like, get these blasts of poo. And it's always awful.
Yes, any more conspiracy stuff?
I mean, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Talked about the Titanic, the pyramids, Tartarians, the Federal Reserve not being federal. We haven't talked about taxes, bullshit laws, or why weed is still illegal in 2023. That's a conspiracy theory too.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the man under the bed? Or why every president other than one is all related?
Bigfoot?
Bigfoot, I think, is a real thing. I think there's a lot of creatures out there that we don't know about. And it's absolutely silly and idiotic to think that other things don't exist just because we don't have knowledge of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like Loch Ness. Absolutely, Loch Ness is real. Is it over in Ireland? I don't know. Or are there multiples? Probably. Megalodon. Absolutely still exists. But we don't know. We've only explored like 2% of the oceans or some shit like that. Like it's a really small number.
Yeah, who knows what's in there?
That's terrifying.
Yeah, who knows what's in the deep, dark depths?
Gojira!
I mean, they found some pretty weird fish that are pretty deep, but who knows, like, what's living?
Giant squid?
Well, there's a picture on Google Earth in Antarctica, and it shows, like, underneath the water, this giant squid is massive, but you can see it under the water, and they try to, like, blur it out now. But...
Oh, of course they do. But it's like, there's so much knowledge out there that's being kept from us by the elites or by government or whatever you want to say. Like, but there's just a lot of stuff that we don't know about, like in general. Are aliens a thing? Probably not. At least
not in the way
that they're portrayed.
Yeah, I don't think that they're in the way that
we can't get to the bottom of the ocean. Sure, some crazy stuff.
Yeah, probably some really scary stuff down there too.
Some stuff that we probably shouldn't be messing with.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest. Well, I was born questioning, so they can suck it. But yeah, it's all about control.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about money and control.
They don't want you to end your slavery and stop paying tax.
Well, joke's on them because I now identify as an undocumented worker. So if a girl can identify as a boy and a boy can identify as a copter, I identify as an undocumented worker that doesn't pay taxes. So suck it. Also, I'm not currently working, so I don't pay taxes. Yeah, I mean, there's conspiracy theories out there about lizard people. There's conspiracy
Mhm.
theories out there about the Greys. There's conspiracy theories out there that there's men on Mars, or they
Conspiracy
call
theory
them
about
men,
people underneath that live, like, in tunnels and shit underneath those cities that you talked about earlier.
mole people.
Yep.
Conspiracy theories that there's alien bases on the backside of the moon. We can go on and on. Area 51. All this other crazy shit. I don't think, and I've already talked about this, I don't believe in a flat earth, but I believe in a variation of flat earth. Um, I don't think what we know as the earth is the full earth. I think there is more planet beyond what we're allowed to know. And I think that's where a lot of these creatures live and or come from. Like the Greys. They're aliens to us, but I don't think they're from another planet. My own personal opinion. There's reptilians, crab people. Crab people. Crab people. Vampires. Mothmen. Dracula.
Chupacabras.
Chupacabras. Drink what?
They're like a vampire.
I mean, furry vampire.
Mm-hmm. Not me. If it's furry, I'd be like, "Come here, let me pet you."
Hey, I want to do that with any furry animal, whether it can kill me or not. I'm like, oh, little baby. Face off.
Yeah.
And
But what a way to go.
hell of a way to go. And the news, they were like, this idiot. Not happy. Petting an animal. I'm molting. Apparently, pumas or panthers
Mm-hmm.
are like huskies. They're just very talkative.
Probably panthers.
Maybe.
I'm going to
we
tomorrow.
got the cashew soaking. We wanted it to be super creamy.
I'm going to tomorrow. I was going to do it today, but
well, yeah, back in 2012, NASA said they found 16 super Earths, so planets like ours that can support life like our planet. But what about the firmament that's around the Earth? What if we've never been to space?
mm-hmm. Yeah, that's always a good conspiracy theory.
What if Stanley Kubrick actually directed the moon landing? Can't always believe what you read, man.
I was going to make the cheese today, but I wasn't expecting the guild meeting / Damascus making to take as long as it did. So
Neither of us were expecting that shit.
no.
I thought we'd be done by like 1. Rolled out of that bitch like 4:30.
Yeah.
My back hurts.
Yeah. So I'll make it tomorrow.
That's why it took me so long to grind that blade, because I was like,
yeah, I'm sure.
Because everything that we do, like when I'm using the power hammer, when I was using that grinder, like I'm punched over.
Yeah.
Sucks. Also, I'm fat and out of shape.
So anyways, I'll make the cheese tomorrow. I promise, T. I promise. I'll make the cheese.
So I missed the tea. Ooh, I am for real.
Never meant to not make the cheese. I am begging on my knees. It was the only word I could think of that rhymed with cheese.
Please?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Know where your head's at.
No, it's not where my head is at. I was just like, cheese? Knees. Done.
Sure.
I came up with it on the
I can
spot.
follow that logic.
I came up with that on
Hey,
the
girl,
spot.
get on your knees. I got some cheese.
No, I said I am begging you on.
That's all I was like.
The reaction that you had though was really worth it.
Also, if you guys haven't seen the video on YouTube of "Don't Touch My Clogs," go check it out. Pretty hilarious.
By who's it by?
Oct.
Oh, OCT.
OCT. Oct. Pretty sure they're German.
D's, you're missing D's.
These nuts.
Yep, we got these nuts soaking.
They're very wet. Very wet. Because they're soaking in water. What? Bah. Yeah, he said he was blindsided by it. We'll probably watch that after this. Maybe. I don't know. What else?
Maybe do we scare everybody away? I may have scared people away with my song.
Me. I just want Cthulhu to pop out of the ocean. I think I'm joking.
I know you're not.
It's like every government would be like, kill it. And he would just be like, not know who I am. Boosh. We would have to appease Lord Cthulhu.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that he was a fictional creation of H.R. Geiger, maybe? Look it up. I don't remember who first came up with Cthulhu. And it's going to be really fun to spell this.
CTHU.
Cthulhu.
Oh, yeah. We got pretty close.
What do you think about contrails theory, which jets release chemicals in their H.P. Lovecraft? Thank you. Yeah, it just popped up. Call of Cthulhu. So there are a difference between contrails and chemtrails, and they are putting aluminum in the atmosphere, and it's fucking people up. Yeah, real. No reason why an airplane would leave a contrail that would last like days.
Yep.
Usually, you can see them for a minute or two,
and they
dissipate.
What about the weather altering? What about HARP?
See, here we go again. This is what I'm talking about. One theory leads to another one. They're all connected.
Yep. Because they're using
HARP, weather manipulation, chemtrails. They're turning the frogs gay.
I say they also use chemtrails to alter weather patterns.
Hell yeah, they do.
Which ties into HARP.
Which ties into Katrina.
Yep.
Because fuck them.
Also, what about the conspiracy theory that they're trying to eliminate the middle class? So that way there's only the super, super rich and the really, really poor.
I mean, what's the easiest way to do that? Inflation.
Yep.
Make sure nobody has a 401k. Make sure everything that's so expensive that you need to rely on the government. Come on, 2024 election, and we'll probably get fucked again.
Oh, we probably won't have an election. That's another conspiracy theory that we
No.
won't have an election.
Yeah, it's a possibility. All it takes is for the president to declare martial law, and he can stay president as long as martial law is declared legally, which is terrifying. He didn't hit us with the frickin' frogs gay. I just the laughing protests are beautiful. You're welcome. Also, there's a conspiracy that Alex Jones is actually Bill Hicks. And Alex Jones has also admitted that he played the character Bill Hicks just like he's playing the character Alex Jones.
Birds aren't real, man.
I don't know about all that. That's a little too far for me.
Yeah, I don't really
They're
believe
just
that one.
drones. Have you ever hit a bird with a car? They explode. There's no electronics. We almost had that happen today.
Yeah. Jesus.
Fucking vultures. They were like, oh, a car's coming. We're on the side of the road. Everybody migrate across the path of that car. And then right before we were going to hit several of them, they just like spaced out and went around our car. And we're like, oh.
Yeah. My butthole.
So that would have sucked.
My butthole puckered a little bit on that.
We haven't had that car that long.
I know. That's why I was like, please don't hit my car.
What about the Matrix theory?
That we're living in one?
That we're living in one?
Or about like the movies.
What yeah, you gotta give us some more information there, good sir. Also, because we don't have tracking for that package, would you mind looking up the tracking and see if it says Monday? He said it's supposed to be here. We got no mail.
I did look it up earlier and it just shows like it's in transit. Like it doesn't even give me. Oh, let me try to look it up now. Moving through network is what it says, but it says November 13th. Yeah, because it's coming from Washington. I'm assuming that's where he lives. Pacific Northwest, P&W. So it says. So it arrived in Nashville yesterday, so it should have been delivered today, but it just says in transit to next facility.
So what you just saw on your app that there was a package coming, and that's how. Okay, never mind. You don't need to look at the tracking. Should be here on Monday.
I don't know.
I think my package will be here Monday. Your package should have already been there, bro. Should have showed up today. Magic theory, like we live in a computer-generated world and none of this is real. That's what T's been preaching for as long as we've been on YouTube. And we're living in a simulation.
Mm-hmm. I've been trying to pull up Shippo on my phone, but it won't pull up at all. So I guess we have to like pull it up on the computer to check his tracking.
Only we could do that right now.
It's goshippo.com.
No, man.
Today is a holiday. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Good call, Dopey. So it would have been here today.
Yeah, we forgot.
Totally forgot about that.
Like, I knew it was Veterans Day, but I didn't think about the fact that it was a holiday and no mail was running.
Yeah. But also didn't help that we had that delivery. That wasn't from mail. That was from
Walmart.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Password for under your browser.
I'm sorry.
You should be.
I'm not. I just said that to make you feel better.
Okay, just it's a whole. It's like it's auto-generated password. It's a whole bunch of.
Well, so copy that, send it to me in Messenger. I can just copy it over. See, there you go. Easy peasy. Also, we got some lemon juice from Costco, and it's in my drink that I'm drinking right now. So it's not just completely out of left field. It's Italian lemon juice. Holy shit,
And
is
it's organic.
that shit is strong. So good. So if you ever get a chance to try Italian lemon juice, I recommend it.
Double click it. There you go.
Now it will autofill. All right, let's see here.
There. But actually, go to shipments instead, and then click on the one for Lauren. Click on the tracking number.
Do. Your item arrived at the USPS facility in San Francisco on November the 11th.
Hold on. I didn't know if it would give you anymore. Oh, show all tracking history. It just says it arrived and.
Jesus. Went from Memphis to California in 2 days.
Yeah, went from our post office to Nashville, from Nashville to Memphis, from Memphis to San Francisco, apparently.
But it doesn't say when it's supposed to be delivered. It just says it's in San Francisco.
Probably Monday, I'm assuming.
Probably.
PNW said I sent tracking through Instagram just in case.
Cool, I appreciate it. So Alina has the app on her phone where she can see like when we're receiving packages or anything like that.
Yeah.
And it shows up in there. So we've already got tracking. But none of us remembered today was a holiday. So it was supposed to be here today. It'll probably be here on Monday.
If you sign up for informed delivery through USPS, you can see exactly what mail and what packages you are getting every single day. So just a heads up there.
Every day.
Just because they scan all your mail and then, of course, your packages. I use it for packages, but it is nice to know what mail you're getting too. Especially this time of the year, like holidays and stuff. Make sure you get all your stuff that you ordered and.
Yeah, I'm signed up already. So check this. Check this out while we're being knife nerds. So this is my buddy's forge. This is why we were making Damascus on that power hammer. That's me. I think Alina and I were just talking. This guy and myself were the last two to finish our billets. Josh, just a forge and fire champion. No big deal. Doing some welding. The package show up at the Huntsville post office today. It says delivery will be on Wednesday. That makes no damn sense. This is a power hammer shot. That's my buddy Josh, who is also on Forge and Fire. This is his forge, his shop. And that's where we were cutting steel. And oh, so look at that. Look at that. Look at that little knife. So the reason why Gary wanted to post up a picture of this on the Facebook page for the guild is because this rasp I actually won in a raffle my first time I was there. So it's kind of gone full circle. And he's like, I'm gonna put it up. Yeah, just some fun stuffs of making Damascus. Super well, that was Josh who posted that, but he reposted it from Gary. I was super impressed that he posted a picture of my knife. I thought it was pretty cool. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that picture. I can post the pictures. It was a lot of fun. It was just a lot of work. So what we did is we had to take the steel, cut it down. We started out with 12 layers. So you got to make sure there's no scale on the 12 layers and by grinding them. And you weld them together. Then you forge them. And then once you get it to the size that you want, you make sure everything's square. Then you let it cool down, cut it again, and we cut it into fives. And each one of those pieces, you have to make sure there's no mill scale on. You got to grind them. And got all that done. Re-weld them up, reforged them, and then drew them out. And then to do the ladder pattern, you have to take a grinder and score it, and then flip it over and score it in between your scores on the other side. And then you heat it back up in the forge, and then you draw it all out and close everything up, and that's what gives you the ladder pattern. It's awesome, and it sounds like it should take you 45 minutes, but it takes hours upon hours upon hours, especially when there's 6 people doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a lot of fun. It was just tiring.
We also had a good lunch. So
We had a great lunch. The burger was delicious.
it was.
It also didn't hurt that we were starving.
I mean, yeah.
Also, broke my non-dairy thing this morning because I needed to put something on my stomach, and somebody brought donuts. And I am a Crolier 4, and I haven't had a Crolier in like 4 years, 5 years, and it was fucking delicious. I'm gonna pay for it tomorrow, but it was delicious. I regret it. Like I put it in my mouth, and I was like, "Oh, God, hey."
Well, like my plan was originally to stop and get something for breakfast, but I didn't feel like we.
Sure we got there on time.
Yeah, I didn't know if we would have time. So when we got there,
Like, get over here, let me clean.
so when we got there, like someone had donuts, and I was like, "Oh, well, this works." Knew they had milk in them, but I told Chris, I was like, "Just eat one; it'll be fine." Because there was chili in there, and Penelope was like all curled up, and she had her paws over her nose. Uh, yeah, because they know they're a scam. Yeah. I'm here, guys. I'm just over to the side because I know if I scoot over, Chris is gonna come back. I'm gonna have to scoot back over, so I'm saving myself the extra work.
I even got my little cutoff from the 12-layer Damascus.
Mm-hmm. Oops, I didn't. Yeah, maybe we could do something with it.
Little cutoff. completely forge welded. Pretty cool little piece. Put that on top of my billet. Yeah, we can do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
I know what Dylan's gonna say. Dylan's gonna be like, "Make me some Damascus that's thick, so I can make some beads out of it." I can. I just gotta order some steel. And so I actually need to make sure that the pattern is running on the sides. So keep my inside pretty thick. That way the pattern will be shown better on the beads. You can do that. It's easy. What I'll do is I'll forge it all out, make sure I don't get it like super long and thin. Then I'll flip it on its side, squish it down. Should be actually cool anyways, because then you would have this effect with the pattern.
Because we have 6 people watching.
Y'all are quiet as shit.
I know. Like, I feel like...
This is 2.
Yeah, like, I feel that number is not correct.
P&W is probably the customer.
You know, probably what?
7 with a customer. This says 7.
Where does he work
at? That's a great question. Pretty Flavor Knife Guy. What's up, man?
God, here, give me a break. Well, Chop, I need you guys to be like...
Leave me alone.
I need you guys to, like, talk to us in the comments. Come on.
Leave Brittany alone.
I'll be here talking to myself. Like, I don't like that.
We're just showing off Damascus I made today, and I got some moose horn.
Antler.
Moose horn, same thing. And I got some carbon fiber. So some cool stuff that we made. Now that you have Damascus stock, what extra step do you have to take when making a knife? I work at a gas station. So all this ugly shit, it's called forge scale. So typically, before I was told that there was an easier way, today, you gotta grind all this shit off. Now I know I can let it soak in vinegar, and I can save my bolts in time, which is pretty awesome. So once I get all the forge scale off, then I can lay out what kind of knife I'm going to do. So with this thicker material, this is going to be a knife, maybe 2, depending on how froggy I feel. I have to cut it off right about here, because this is boo-boo. This is no good. So once I cut that off, and I cut this in half where I made it thinner, then I've got a bar to work with. So I'll lay out my pattern, make sure it's flat as possible.
Have a good night, Dopey.
Have a good night, Dopey. Cut it out with a grinder. Take it over to my grinder. Make sure everything is good. No sharp edges. Blah 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 blah. I mean, you're gonna have sharp edges because everything's square. You're going to acid bath it after a knife is made right. Yes. So once I get my pattern all laid out, and I'm happy with the way everything looks, then it's time to heat treat. So I have to do, now this is not the way that everybody does it. This is the way that I do it because I have figured out that this works. You're getting ahead of yourself pretty fast. I'm getting there. Problem. So then I have to do thermocycling. So I put it in my forge for about a minute. Start to see the colors change a little bit. Pull it out, let it cool down. Do it again. Sometimes I do it a third time. Typically, I only do it twice. What that does is after forging or stock removal, all the molecules inside steel are going crazy. And they don't really have a good crystalline structure. You thermocycle, get everybody back in line where they need to be. After that, throw it back into my forge. 5 minutes. It's nice and orange. I quench in canola oil. Once I quench in canola oil, I make sure that a file will skate. In this case, because I've never done 1084, I'm going to do a quick grind. I'm going to get a sharp edge, and I'm going to test it. Cut wood, cut a box, try and cut a penny in half. See if my edges roll. Anything like that. If that doesn't happen, we're good to go. Then I got to get the forge scale off again. And then after that, then I can grind the knife, figure out what handles, put them all together, make it look all pretty, and then put it in ferric chloride. Ferric chloride, unless you want a nice deep etch, only takes 5 to 10 seconds on that. I like nice deep etches. So I do multiple cycles where I'll pull it off, make sure it's neutralized, buff it, sand it a little bit, see what's going on, see what I need to fix, what I don't need to fix. Um, Also, typically, depending on what pattern you're doing, you may hand sand before you acid etch. All depends. Then after I do ferric, I'm probably not going to tumble it because I want to see what that pattern looks like. Then after that, I will let it soak in WD-40. After it does that for about a day, I'm going to take it, wipe it all down, and I'm going to put it in coffee etch. And typically when I do a coffee etch, it usually sits in the coffee etch like 2 days, 2, 3 days. And after that, I can buff it, do some wet sanding, make the pattern pop, and slather it with Renaissance wax after I've acid etched, after I have put my logo on and sharpened. And then I get to make kydex. So, take some time, but it's fun. I enjoy it. And sometimes when I'm feeling froggy and I want to leave hammer marks,
Kyle Royer does a buttload of 1080 Damascus knives. Usually turns out really nice, like a 15K price tag knife, way above my budget. Yeah.
uh, you got a link to his stuff. So this is 36 layer Damascus that I made with 80 tier V2 and 15 and 20. I wanted to leave the hammer marks. I did a nice deep etch. This will be buffed again. This is actually going to be etched again because of this corian. I wanted to leave the hammer marks, and I actually tumbled it so it's got a stonewash finish, so everything would blend. It's coming out pretty cool. I really like how it's turning out. But this is the type of aesthetic that I like. I don't like typically things to be properly polished and stuff like that. It's not the thing that I like. So I usually have more of like what's the name of the movie? They're in the desert. Mad Max type finish. And especially on things that I forge, I like to leave those hammer marks so people can actually see that, like, hey, I handmade this. Fuck you. Kyle Royer Knives on YouTube. I think he has an Instagram too. Okay. Let's light this candle. Kyle Royer. He was on Forged in Fire. I know some people that were on Forged in Fire. Holy mackerel. Well, I'm gonna subscribe. Twist of Jesus. Bro, you're doing too much. The handle's sick.
That one.
That's stupid.
Over 250 hours.
Yeah, I'm not even like close to that level yet. Beautiful work.
Yeah, they're gorgeous knives.
I need it. It'll happen at some point. Blue, stop clicking. Stop clicking. Stop clicking.
They're looking.
2200 German shot knife. Someday, maybe. Ridiculous. I am trying to get things together to make a kumai, so that's cool. That's not going to be a $2,000 knife, but I had a little bit of notoriety behind me, maybe, but it would be like a $400 to $500 knife easily. This is going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
And hopefully I don't mess it up. No pressure. That was the whole reason why I got that piece of ladder Damascus so thin. Because I was like, oh, I can use this for cladding for Kumai. I found out it's not enough. And I was like, shit, okay, I'm going to make sand mine instead. Never mind. Which that sand mine will still look really cool because you have the ladder pattern. And then as I grind into it, then it will go into the mono steel.
Hey, there he is.
Cheeto lives! I tried calling you like 3 times. I said, Cheeto, Cheeto, Cheeto. And then it turned into Cheeto, Cheeto, Cheeto. I made him out of clay. Why? I don't know. But we were both thinking it.
Mm-hmm. It was just the way you said it.
I know. How goes it, sir? How's your night? Have you thought about using any mammoth molar for handles or inlays? No. And the reason why I haven't is because shit's expensive and it's easy to mess up. I'm not. Oh, you bastard! You were at the California Custom Knife Show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got to see some of my friends. I'm not opposed to using it. I'm not there yet. Like Mammoth Tusk. I'm not there yet. You can make some beautiful knives out of it. I just don't have that much confidence in it yet because it's expensive and it's easy to mess up. Did you get any cool stuffs? Did you get any patches?
I didn't buy any knives.
Did you get any patches? Did you meet some cool people? Did you go meet Jamie Williams or
Rob Bapty?
Rob Bapty? The Hate Project. If you don't know it, you should go check it out. You should go support. He does good work. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Very terrifying on the internet. In person, he's the biggest teddy bear you'll ever meet.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of people that were at the California Custom Knife Show.
Yeah.
I would dare say that it is as big as Blade. Or it might be their sales page. Got a Chavez tour and EDC lifestyle patches. Nice. Ramon is a really good dude. He's really nice in person. Oh, is R1 Promotions that put it on?
The same people that put on Blade is the same people that do the Nashville Custom Knife Show.
Yeah.
Same people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do a lot of different knife shows. But yeah, Blade and National Custom Knife Show for sure.
Brian Efros, he's a good dude, hell of a maker. I'm trying to see who I recognize.
Chris Reeve.
Chris Reeve makes good knives. Chavez makes good knives. I don't like Chavez knives at all. I think they're terrible. Should never buy one. I have 3. Bought some stuff to make some handles for a couple of fixies and Chavez hat. Nice. Hell yeah. Digital K, Adon. I know him. Is that Adon? No, that's not Adon. That is shit. Why did I just draw a blank? That's shit. I gotta look up his stuff. Hightex was there. Hey Project was there. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? It might be the Dawn. I don't think it is though. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. No, somebody tech. Somebody had it.
Adon.
Oh yeah, so it is a Dawn. Him and I used to be admins for a page a while ago. Let's see who else here.
Maverick. Well, it was Maverick.
Yeah, different Maverick. American. That's pretty awesome. Riot. Paladin 33. They made my cover, my notebook cover.
Oh yeah,
Let's see here.
Jesus.
Damn. I don't know what PPFAKT stands for.
I don't. Nice though.
Squid, Strider, Starco, Tactile.
Yeah, I do. Design.
Oh no shit! TI2 was there.
Mm-hmm.
They make really good carabiners. It may not be as big of a show as I thought it was, but
I mean, it's still a
lot of vendors. Yeah, that's the Facebook EDC side of things. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, man. I'm not jealous. I would just go just to see Rob again. Give him a big old hug.
Mm-hmm.
He is a teddy bear. And I've known him long enough. He'd probably talk shit to me.
But Cheeto was still worth it, right?
Don't worry, guys. A lot of these guys are also on Instagram. Don't worry. Still blows my mind. Pretty fly if you're still in here. There's a lot of materials that I would like to play with, but they're expensive. I've got a small chunk, which I've done knives out of fat carbon before, but it's so damn expensive. I've got a chunk of fat carbon that's literally big enough to where I can make some bolsters out of it, because that's all I can afford. But I'm waiting until I make some higher end knives to use it as bolster.
Waiting for the right knife.
No, I'm waiting to do my custom folder. Yeah, PNW. Yes, it was. Had a good time. Met a few people. Doug Ritter, but Elkin, Vu Fam, and Judy. Okay, you met Duty. How was he? I just, I just want to shake the dude's hand and be like, "So your name's Duty? Is that your legal name?"
Was up reading and all that stuff today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Gonna be blowing black boogers for a couple days.
Yep.
Same. Duty was cool, but only talked to him for 5 minutes. He was leaving when I found him. Didn't want to hold him up. Is he a knife maker? Or a shop monkey? Or what? What's the story here? I mean, amazing name,
Who
but
is he?
who is Duty? YouTuber. Okay. Duty's Daggers. Oh, I think I follow him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah, I follow him. Oh, Cheeto. Yeah, I'm not good with names or faces, so
Not good with names or faces or people.
I mean, I'm not. Literally in our group, anytime that we go to Blade, like I give the same speech year after year, and I'm like, "Hey, if you want to say hi to me, you're literally gonna have to walk up to me and introduce yourself because I'm not gonna know who the hell you are." Not that I'm an asshole. I just suck with names and faces. Man, I'm awesome. Didn't know it was Ben's B-Day shit. LL shook his hand at least. That's pretty damn awesome. That's adorable. There it is. I was waiting for one of them.
Yeah.
All right, Alina's mom just called her, so now we can have all of the fun. When'd she get out? She's also yelling at Penelope. Bettina Turner was there too, but I didn't find him. I really wish, and I don't think it's a thing, or at least I don't know how to do it. I wish there was a way for YouTube to actually show like who's who's actually watching, not just like who's typing. Because like Facebook, when we used to go live Facebook a year or two ago, it would literally show you up top like people's profile pictures of like who is watching. And it wasn't always like super accurate, but like you kind of had an idea of like who's here, not just like typing. Like if somebody like, hey, I've got you on and I'm at work or I'm busy working on something and you're in the background. Like it would just be nice information to have. Fix your stuff, YouTube. Let's see here about analytics. Upcoming thoughts. All right, that's done. Hmm. Oh, this is studio. Okay, I don't want to do studio. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing. Don't mind me. You may want to talk to Matisfaction or Juvan because I'm pretty sure you can see who's actually watching. You know. Oh, okay. It may not be a bad idea. Eh, Settings. Juvan's great with media. It's his job. I gotcha. I need to get in touch with him anyways because like he only lives an hour from me. I want him to review my knife. That's what I'm saying. Also, a lot of stuff with YouTube. I just don't know how to do, but it's fine. It's totally. I'm slowly becoming a. It's fine as everything's on fire. Yeah. So last weekend when we were on said faction, um, Juvan was on there, and I was like, "Hey, I'm only an hour away from you." And he was like, "Are you going to the National Custom Knife Show?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's the plan." He goes, "Hit me up on Instagram, and I'll give you my phone number." And I was like, "Cool." Only problem is that on Instagram you can't message Juvan because it's like a business page. So I was like, "Hey, why don't you hit me up on Instagram? This is who I be," and nothing. So I wanted to like get on his live earlier, but it didn't. It didn't happen. Link, link, link. Quit it. Cats are awesome. Oh wow, you just explained a several month question for me. I tried messaging him on Instagram to send him some pens. He didn't respond. I don't know. Trust me, once I get in contact with him and get his phone number, Be easier for people to get in contact with. I'm not gonna like blast his phone number or anything, but plus P&W, I've already told you, I make knives and I know things. And if I don't know it, I got a guy that knows it, so it's fine. Hopefully, tomorrow the Packers will pull out a win. Hopefully. Excuse me, damn. Be back, dudes. Have to go watch the day off. All right, man. I want to do that. I want to do that. Damn. Wisconsin lost to Northwestern. Damn. Iowa beat Rutgers. Okay. And Ohio State waffle stomp Michigan State. Shocker. Damn, Tennessee got beat by Missouri. Damn. Sorry, I enjoy football. I'm sorry. The sewing machine in the background with the folded down drawer. It is not. We have a sewing machine. It's in the other room. That is our EDC case. So we have bottle openers and beads and random shit up top, and then the piece that folds out has a bunch of knives in it, and then I've also got random shit in there as well. And then the drawer underneath it has a bunch of stickers and other random shit. And then the drawer underneath that one has all of our uh, patch bags. No way to see who's watching the stream. Shows the top viewer and commenter on YouTube. So good to know. We got that at an antique store, so it might have been used for a sewing machine. I'm not sure, but it's just like that'll fit our needs for EDC stuff. So, um, hold on, wait a minute. I just figured out this new thing that I can do. So we're going to do Diaz. We're going to turn that mic off. And we're going to turn the sound all the way down. You guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Is everything cool with the sound? Does it sound funky? Cool. All right. So nope, that's not going to work. Camera. Bam. So we are inceptioning right now. So we have some EDC stuff and Hanks and shit back behind the monitor. We have some Hanks over here and some of my EDC stuffs. Badass ring that I got from Hell Gnome. Not that one, but this one. And then my Damascus ring that I made. Heat Project, Rob Bapty. I thought it was this twin for a second. I don't have a twin. So, like I said, Damascus, Moose Horn, my patch hat. So I got a couple cool patches. I like that one. Oh no, don't fall. And then we got all the EDC stuff. Because we don't have a problem, you have a problem. So we got just all the random shit. And pens and bottle openers and knickknacks and beads, knife that I didn't make, bracelets and poker chips and bottle openers and just all of the random shit. And then here I got even more random shit, knives, inks, couple bottle openers, pry bars, boxes. And then in here we got more random shit. Oh, these are the bracelets that I was talking about yesterday that Zach made. He gave me. They had some random knives and flight tags and random knives and all of the stickers ever made. And then this is all of our patch bags. And while we're at it, while we're going on a little adventure, I gotta close this because cats. So this is in our closet. We have just a few Hanks, like nothing crazy. Most of these are Hanks that we've made. So just a few. Trying to see which one is the stuff we've made. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Shit. Is it the bottom? No. Well, there's some of them. It's one of the ones we made. It's a best car. So pretty much what we do, and I can't see comments right now, so because I'm on my phone. Any hank that Alina or myself have ever made, we keep one of. So we actually have a full Black Star slash Estrella collection. So this is the craft room. This is where Alina works. So our sewing machine, it's decked out with stickers. Ironing board where we cut hanks. Um, Random fabrics that we have. Stuff for the vinyl cutter. Um, and all of the patches because I'm not an EDC person at all. Only have a few, and actually, we have to organize and put all these up. I have a problem. I have a massive problem. Um, so this is from us. 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 Um, Custom patch that was made for me. This is us. This is us. This was us. And then all the hate projects patches. Yeah, like really like DPC Patch Co. OSVG. I have just a few patches. Ridex, Deep South, Dandak. Yeah, I have an EDC problem for sure. Oh, here we go. And we're back. So I have to turn that back on. Close that. And we're good. So, yeah, nice little fun adventure. Hope you guys enjoyed all the EDC porn. What my hope is to be able to do that is that if I can get the right articulated phone holder, I can do point of view while I'm drawing. You guys can still see me, hear me, all that fun stuff. But fun little adventure. You got to see the house, all of our random shit that we've collected over the years. Blue, stop licking. Blue. Glad nobody was commenting because I couldn't see comments anyways. Figured y'all would enjoy the little field trip. I didn't lose y'all, did I? Doop, doop, doop. Did y'all enjoy the field trip or not? I'm here just doing my end of shift duties currently. Ah, gotcha, man. Were you able to see any of the field trip stuff? That's almost. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. We got way too much shit. Why you should always wear a mask when you're working with steel, especially if you're like in the process of getting over being sick. I'm probably gonna feel like shit tomorrow. I've been sick for like 2 weeks. I'm like, I'll get better and I'll get worse. I get better and get worse. And I was feeling pretty good today, but all day in the knife shop or the forge and not wearing a mask or respirator, tomorrow's gonna suck. Sorry, a crackhead dropped $9 in dimes on me for gas, and I had to sanitize and roll it and start my clothes. You're good, man. I've worked a gas station job. I've also worked in a liquor store. I get it. At least it wasn't boob sweat money. So I have my regular glasses, and then I have a pair of safety glasses that are prescription. And while I was wearing my safety glasses, while the guy that was working with me was grinding his billet for the ladder pattern, one of his sparks Actually, like hit my eyelid, and I was like, "Ha, fun stuff." Dude, you're preaching to the choir because it's always the nastiest women that give you boob money, and it's like I don't want it. You keep it. I'd rather take stock money than sweaty boob money. I'm an enjoyer of boobs. Well, as much as I've enjoyed this live, I don't think we really have too much more to talk about. Um, I will probably not bounce just yet because we're at 3 hours and 59 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm probably going to wait till that counter hits 4 hours. And I'm going to bounce because I got to take a shower and I'm tired. It's been a long day. It's been a really long day. But we appreciate all y'all hanging out with us. And tonight was a good live. We had some good conversations. And we'll definitely be back next Friday and Saturday. Do it again. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to get some progress on some knives, and then I need to switch my focus to doing some of my back ordered stuffs. Which one of the knives is almost done. I literally have to do file work on it, and I don't know how I'm going to do the file work, and that's been the hang up for months. And so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to take a piece of steel and I'm going to have to practice to make sure that I get it right and then lay it out on the steel and go to town and hope that I don't mess it up because I don't have another billet of this stuff. So wish me luck. But you guys are awesome. We love y'all. Have a wonderful weekend and we'll see you next weekend. Deuces.